Welcome back to Auckland, everybody. Surprise, surprise, it's not raining. Welcome back to another Friday edition of NZ1 Aviation. And we started just a wee bit early. One reason this 777 is just making its way back down from the hangar, but we've also got NZ946 to Rarotonga has departed on time from the terminal and is making its way down to 05 to the right. So we're taking off from the west to the east today. And a very gentle northerly wind where we're standing in the shelter of the car park. Got ATR coming in. Right, good morning to who we got here this morning. Telly NZ, welcome Chinook. Welcome Chinook. Chinook has very kindly offered to join our moderator team. So, good to have you on board, mate. Welcome along. Naomi, good to see you, Naomi. Welcome. Mark Bester, good to see you, Mark. Chris Frank, good morning. And Nav Shield, good to see you. YY Wings, g'day mate, hope you're doing well. Could be another good day for plane spotting in Christchurch today. I believe the winds are nor'wester and they're supposed to be quite gusty. But had an opportunity to come to Auckland today, so I wasn't going to miss out on that one. Richie Luke, good morning. Edward Vincent. Keith A380, good to see you guys. And Seki, welcome mate. Got a visitor up here in the car park this morning and we were just talking about you, mate. All good stuff, all good stuff. Kevin, Wellington Flights Live, good to see you. Weston, good morning Weston. And Manila Flights, g'day Oren. Oren's standing up here in the car park checking out plane spotting area. As you can see, progress on the new integrated domestic terminal means now we are slightly blocked just from that initial lineup right down the far end. Frank's here, g'day mate. Angel Voice, good to see you. Rocking the super light setup today, so the wind being from the north, we'll see how much more we need to crank up the ambient once this departure rolls past. Hopefully I'm coming through loud and clear. If not, let me know. super quiet. Yeah, that wind makes a big difference coming from the north, for sure. Probably don't want to crank the ambient too much more. We're going to get a lot of ATR noise coming through otherwise. Thanks, Seki, saying audio 5x5. Awesome stuff. Peter Wildman, good morning from Tassie. Very much will enjoy the day here, mate. Thank you for that. Carwin, welcome. NZ527 heading off back to Christchurch. This is the aircraft I came up on this morning. Lovely flight. Well, what I saw of it, I spent most of the 1 hour 12 snoozing. Early start this morning, so good to catch up on a little bit of extra sleep where you can. So we are going to see a few 777s today, but it's a 787 kind of day today. There's a few more of those movements. So it is a couple of 777s out at the moment, out of action from the Air New Zealand fleet. That one we just saw is NZ103. It's just pushing back and we'll be heading off across to Sydney. Morning, Suze. Good to see you. Ocean Discovery, good morning. Kev saying I can go over snooze and Oren can take over for a bit. I actually did that. I didn't have a snooze, but it was good at the air show over the Gold Coast. I was able to, a couple of people there that were able to step in for a bit and have a restroom break and have something to eat. It's pretty much, that was 6 hours both those days non-stop. No gaps to be able to do anything like that. At least with these aircraft here, you do get those gaps. You can go grab a sneaky drink here and there. G'day, Steve Whittaker. Good to see you. Muffin Bunny, welcome, mate. Not even getting much of a spool up from that 777. Very quiet. So we might get a bit of everything weather-wise today, starting off reasonably fine and calm, and then deteriorating early this afternoon. And then it looks like it's going to be shocking tomorrow, so glad I won't be here for that. But a few showers rolling through from about 2 PM, I think it was. So the view through to the international gates is pretty much well and truly blocked now. The new integrated domestic terminal is going ahead in leaps and bounds, as you can see. So I've got gate 2, gate 4 through there pretty much. The view's gone. It's another 78 making its way out, NZ121 to Melbourne. And we've also got A321neo, NZ169 to Sunshine Coast, following that out as well. So some of the arrivals we would normally get running a wee bit late. Taipei and Narita, and also the Emirates A380s running about 2 hours late this morning, so expect to see that around lunchtime. We'll refresh the chat system, so we'll see if we can get this to display. Here we go. Naomi Carruthers, 20 months now in a premium lounge. Super stuff there, Naomi. You're one of the longest serving members. There's a couple of people not far off, taking over 23, 24 months, I think. Saying thank you for the awesome streams, off to work now. Thank you, Naomi. Franksy's gone and dropped in 5 gifted memberships already. Surprised you're up this early, Franksy. You're normally snoozing after a busy night at work. Thank you, mate. And Chris Frank also dropping in 5 gifted memberships this morning as well. Team Frank strikes again. Thank you, guys. Here we go, talking of 22 months, Kevin. 22 months as a member in the VIP lounge from Wellington Flights Live. That's awesome, mate. Not long to go now, yeah, until the 2-year milestone. Thanks, buddy. And Kev's also very kindly gone and dropped in a gift of membership this morning as well. That's wonderful stuff. NZ121 to Melbourne, first one out. Managed to sneak ahead of the 777 off to Sydney, which should be up next. did consider going down to the other car park that I'm able to use, the non-public one, but with that threat of rain this afternoon, wasn't going to be a goer. It's got to be a guaranteed fine day to use that area. Karen Glenn, good morning. Carwin's saying the Cathay due in at 11:30 is the 80-year together sticker. Thank you, Carwin. Morning Nathan, morning Tom, good to see you guys. Almost need the airport company to add another level to this car park just to get over that concrete structure that's being put up. Actually, Seki, yes, that's true. Wouldn't be able to have guests at the other car park, no. But it does have its advantages. It's really close to the action. First 777 for the stream, heading off to Sydney. Awesome stuff. NZ169 next to head out. So A321 Neo heading off to Maroochydore. The beautiful Sunshine Coast. Nice spot up there. Dino's Aviation, g'day mate. Reggie Luke saying it's nice to come into a stream I haven't been in before and see some familiar names. It's awesome. There's a lot of familiar names across most of the streams. Certainly most of the ones I go into, you will see one or two friendly faces in there. The windsock down the far end there is looking quite full. Must be quite a blustery wind down that end of the runway. Very little where I'm standing. noticed when I came in this morning, still got the Qantas A330 here. We'll be heading off to Perth, not too far away. I think Qantas 119 today is also an A330 along with Fiji Airways. Also bring in the A330-300, I think it was. And there he is. G'day Sean, Sky Squad TV. Good to see you, buddy. I've got to catch up on Bristol Airport rooftop stream. It was a little bit early for me, mate. Good to see you, Sean. Anya NZ, good morning to you. Siki saying the NZ90 is saying NA to NA. It's showing Nuri to Auckland on my one. About 25 minutes out. Also got to NZ174 from Perth. Yeah, similar sort of a distance away. Right, so that last A321 was off to the Sunshine Coast. This one's off to the Gold Coast. NZ187. Cretin Kiwi, that's a great name. Good morning to you. So I did see the Jaffa Jet, Jetstar Jaffa Jet was departing next to me this morning, but I didn't see where it was going. Must have been Wellington, because it hasn't made an appearance here. There's the nose of the Qantas A330, that'll be heading off to Perth. What time is that going? Have a look. About 9:40, so yeah, 20 minutes or so for that one. NZ534 from Christchurch, just a couple of minutes out. Seki, mate, that's very generous for He's gone and dropped in 20 gifted memberships this morning. Thanks so much, mate. Very generous of you, buddy. Thanks for that. AJ Writer, good morning to you. Good to see you. Alexia, good to see you. It's nice to see there's a few new names in here this morning actually. Dennis, welcome. Tuning in from Manila, the Philippines, welcome along. Slap Me Silly, Scouse 1690, good morning. I'll pick up on the inbound A320 in a second. A little bit more time there just to say thank you to Alex NZ Christchurch. 9 months membership now in the VIP lounge. Saying good morning Mike, loving the streams. Thank you Alex. Not sure if you're on just before, but could be a good opportunity today to go do some plane spotting in Christchurch if the northwest runway is in action. Should be some gusty winds a bit later if they haven't already picked up. Smashed through 100 likes already. Thanks so much everybody. We've only been on for half an hour. Still a bit of work going on towards the eastern end, down by where the ATRs park, the Charlie 5 taxiway. It looks like they're widening that, so that could be in preparation for part of future works of moving aircraft over to the new integrated domestic terminal and what they may end up using the current terminal for that area. Not too sure. It is all on the Auckland Airport website. I did look at it a while ago, but there's such a wealth of information there, it's hard to remember everything, to be honest. Nice touchdown. This is the only aircraft in the fleet with the Starlink Wi-Fi at the moment. But I did hear a sneaky wee rumour that the Starlink Wi-Fi may be being rolled out to the rest of the A320 fleet next year. So who knows, we have to wait and find out. There was an article somewhere I was reading, must have been towards the end of last week. I'll try and dig it out and see if it had some dates in there. Sort of in two minds with having Wi-Fi on the aircraft. It can be good to keep connected for bits and pieces, and to, you know, if you want to got a long haul flight and want to chat with family members back home. It's good for all that sort of stuff, clearing some emails with a bit of quiet time, but it's also a good opportunity just to switch off and be disconnected from the real world for a bit. first Jetstar movement. Actually, we better get NZ638 coming in from Queenstown first. Oh wow, so it's definitely gusty down that end. Another place I need to get back down to, I was going to say before the winter's out, but that's only a few days to go. So, wonderful place, Queenstown. Thanks, Carwin. Just seeing your message there about the Jaffa jet should be here about 11:50. That'll be good. Another 787 pushing back over on international. Sends a 145 to Brisbane. Should make an appearance shortly. Qantas 330 just about ready to go. So Sean from Sky Squad TV celebrating 21 months in the VIP lounge. Awesome stuff, mate. 21 months of friendship and great chats. Definitely. Very much value our friendship along with Kevin. We chat almost every day about something plane spotting related, don't we? Awesome stuff, buddy. Thanks so much for the support. And Steve, Muffin Bunny Steve, 2 months now in the VIP lounge. Thank you, Steve. Loving the streams, Mike. Keep it up. Appreciate your support too, mate. Thank you. So Jetstar 283 will be heading off down to Dunedin. Frankie's saying a bit of flooding in Queenstown overnight. Yeah, the weather yesterday, we had the flight radar up most of the day at work, and there wasn't even a colour for the intensity of the rain that was hammering the west coast and down towards that southern part of the South Island. So pretty intense rain by the looks of it. Hopefully it's not too bad down there. I was hoping to get down there after a decent snowfall. But funny enough, the only snow we've seen this year has been in Christchurch a couple of weeks back. That was the day Emirates A380 came in the destination Dubai livery. That was such a fun day. Pretty much went to bed thinking it was going to be just a normal Christchurch stream, but then found out the special livery was coming in, and EK Karen decided to come over on a whim to fly on it. And then in the morning it was raining, which turned to sleet, which turned to snow, which turned to hail. So, yeah, as I said, lots of fun. It's a good day. Lose that behind. Oh no, he's going to turn in a bit earlier. It's good. I did contemplate going down the other end of the car park here this morning, but that's not probably going to give that much of a different view from down there. If anything, it'll be a bit more exposed to the wind that's supposed to pick up later on. Mamaru, good to see you. Morning. Northeast 14 kilometres per hour, gusting 17 at the moment. 8 knots, pretty much directly from the north. NZ145 heading out to Brisbane. We've got NZ90 will make an appearance right now from Narita, Tokyo. Wow, that was pretty smooth. So not too long to go now before Christchurch gets its own Narita services. At the back end of November. Great to have a few more options for travel in and out of the South Island. Nothing concrete planned yet, but hoping to make use of that service myself. Maybe sometime next year would be good. Certainly will make a difference not having to fly through Auckland very early in the morning or coming up the night before. NZ175 4 from Perth. Just another minute or so out. Welcome, Butsy. Hayden, Airline Squad. Good to see you, Hayden. Get NZ174 coming in. So Air New Zealand also starting up flights to Perth out of Christchurch shortly, as well as Narita and Singapore, all on the 787. Morning, Was. Good to see you, Warren. Was Radio, welcome. James Zafford, welcome to you too. Seeing you'll check the status of the windsogs. See if you can have a quick look once NZ145 whizzes past. If not, we'll come back and have a look. Windsock pretty much directly across where I'm standing. Long, slow, derated takeoff. Definitely blustery, James, at the western end of the runway. We'll just wait for the 78 to come past and we'll have a look. Yeah, it's pretty windy, but we're quite sheltered up here in the car park. That's Qantas 144 coming in from up. You see the windsock over the back there. It's blowing all right. I forgot Qantas started operating up to Samoa. It's awesome to see even more flights out of Auckland. Bit of a race going on there between NZ174 and NZ635 heading off to Queenstown. NZ699 on its way in the background there. That'll be going down to Invercargill this morning. See that one back later on this afternoon. Black livery A320 coming in next from Wellington, NZ412. Pick that one up in a second. We'll say a big thank you to Mamaru for 6 months in the VIP lounge. Thanks for showcasing New Zealand's airports. Glad to be here. Thank you very much there, Mamaru. And welcome to Butsy, dropping in the Aussie $2 super chat there, saying shout out to that rascal Franksy. G'day, Mike. Good to see you, Butsy. Thanks for the support there, mate. Great looking aircraft. Sadly that its days are numbered. Haven't got an exact date that I've heard of yet. But they're not too far away. Let's grab the Queenstown departure. Nice to see one of the domestic A321s back up and flying OYD. That was on KDS's stream, was it last week? He managed to catch it heading off its first proper flight down to Wellington. So great to see that one back in service. Must be Qantas 112 heading out. Let's pick that up in a second through the gap. Yeah, 112 heading off to Perth. well pop out. Give it a few seconds. In the meantime, Franksy dropping a $5 super chat there in response to Butsy. He bloody got me. Shout out to that bloody legend Butsy. Good to see you again, buddy. You guys need to meet up at some point. You, Butsy, Sadi and Franksy. We need to get them all together. Thanks for that, mate. Hayden, Airline Squad, 21 months now in the VIP lounge. 3 months till 2 years. You, love your work, Mike. Thanks, Hayden. It's awesome stuff, mate. 2 years, it's coming around quick. And Wookie G, welcome. Dropping in a gifted membership this morning. Thank you so much, Book. That's awesome support, mate. Thank you very much for that. A330 should pop into view any second now. There we go. That is a very inconveniently placed concrete structure, isn't it? That's right, they'll be going down for a full length departure, hopefully. Fred and Kiwi saying Christchurch to Haneda would be even better. I totally agree with that. Not sure why New Zealand don't fly into Haneda. Could be a slot issue, maybe. Or there could be some other rules that the Japanese government have got in place that prohibit it. But yeah, Haneda's a much nicer airport, in my opinion, than Narita. Hido White, welcome. Kev's asking, do I prefer a D-rated takeoff or a G-rating takeoff? What's a G-rating takeoff? Is that like 10,000 feet per minute type thing? As long as we get airborne, I'm happy. Oh, Muffin Bunny Steve saying Virgin Australia is in talks to resume seasonal Sunshine Coast to Christchurch and Queenstown to fill the Jetstar void. That'll be good. Great to see Virgin back in Christchurch. We do get them occasionally, but only when Queenstown is closed due to weather. Mamaru's asking, am I not using data tags? I am, actually. I just need to turn them on. Let's try that. They're still a work in progress, so good to test them out here as well. Aviation Pete, good morning, good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well, Pete. Mark Bester, welcome to you. ATR coming from Palmerston North, and then we'll see this lovely Qantas A330 blast off out of here. Night Falcon 84, welcome. Yeah, having a great morning so far, buddy. It's always good fun to get outside, do some plane spotting. Francis Wade, good morning, mate. Good to see you. James saying Qantas are getting rid of the 330 on Trans-Tasman flights. Really? I haven't read that. What I am looking forward to is hopefully Qantas will be bringing the A350 to Auckland and then onwards to New York. The QF3, QF4 run, that'll be great if that happens. That's interesting. Dartag saying it was a one world livery aircraft. Obviously wasn't. Z78 from Taipei, next one in, and that's the black livery. Just beautiful looking aircraft. Stunning. This is when it would be good to be down in the other car park. If these are right up close. I must admit that I've only been down there once, and we did see the black livery aircraft when I was down there. Lovely, excuse me, lovely mix of colours there with the water in behind the sky, the grass. then the black livery aircraft slicing right through it. Was radio saying that Qantas has also announced the early retirement of the A380s. I did see that one, mate. Yeah, that's it'll be a sad day. A couple more years to enjoy them first, but there's nothing quite like the sight of watching a Qantas A380 blasting overhead from the hot dog stand at Sydney. It's an experience that everyone should take up if ever you get the chance to be in Sydney. Thank you to Tom Giffen. Thank you, mate. Dropping in a Canadian $5 super chat there this morning. It's a very kind support there, mate. Thank you for that. Aviation Pete, 17 months now as a member in the first class lounge. Very dry throat. I'm going to have to go get a drink in a minute. It's been fun, especially with the rascally legends. They know who they are. Many more months to come. That's awesome stuff, mate. Thank you very much for your ongoing support of the channel, and it's been a pleasure to be able to catch up a few times over the last year or so. Hopefully it won't be too long and we'll be able to catch up again. Awesome stuff. Thanks, Pete. Alan Lee, good morning to you. £5 super chat there from Alan, saying good evening from a pub in the northeast of England. Sounds good to me. Thanks so much, Alan. Appreciate it. That was nice of them to park there. Bit of a better view, and we can unload the cargo while we wait for the next aircraft to come in. But you need to make a note of that Qantas aircraft. Few changes to the data tag system so it doesn't identify that one as a special livery. It's funny, even on flight radar it still says it's a one world livery aircraft, but it's got a normal livery for the picture. But we can override that, we can fix that. Captain Andy, welcome from across the ditch. Good to see you. Scott Robertson, welcome, mate. Hope you're doing well. Siki saying the black 777 OKQ won't be back until after 10 PM tonight. So feast your eyes on NZE. Yes, it's doing the Singapore run. Though it wasn't a couple of days ago. I've been keeping an eye on it. But, I think it was OKW went tech in Houston, I think it was, and then there was a big rearrange of all the 777 flying to try and accommodate that. So I think originally we were going to head off to Sydney this morning. That's right, we've got to see the Black Livery 787 instead. Crescent Kiwi saying Air New Zealand should replace the 777s with A350s. Love the 777, but newer build might be too much. The 777s are being replaced with 787-10s. So no A350s on the horizon, I don't think, for Air New Zealand. But I agree, I'd love to see those aircraft in the fleet. Aviation security, doggo. We won't be filming them, but we can enjoy his barking. Kev wants the 777X. Oh yes, now you're talking. Actually, I'm looking forward to seeing. I think Singapore Airlines have ordered a whole lot of those, and maybe Cathay. So you never know. We might see them coming to Auckland once they take delivery. If they ever take delivery. KDS, g'day mate, good to see you. OKW gone tech yet again, no surprises there. Yes, yeah, I think it might still be overseas, or was it brought, as you know, it did come back and it's gone down to the hangar, that's right. So I'm not sure how long that'll be out for. Yeah, that one's sure had its fair share of problems. Good to see you, Kurt. Sadi, good to see you, mate. Welcome. Doggo just wants to go for a walk. It's a nice day up here actually. It's without that wind blasting through the car park, it's actually quite pleasant. What have we got? 15 degrees? Yeah, it's not too bad at all. Sadi, the legend, 13 months membership now in the VIP lounge. Awesome stream, Mike, as always. G'day to Katie as well. Thanks, mate. Really do appreciate that. Katie was going to come up today actually, just for a day trip, just for a bit of a junket, but she's not feeling too good at the moment, so better to stay home and rest. Thanks for the awesome support, buddy, and the kind words. And also, Sandy's going to drop in 20 gifted memberships as well. That's awesome, mate. Thank you very, very much for that. Very kind support there. Got to NZ952, just pushing back. Just hear the spool up in the distance. It's amazing how much of a difference the wind direction can make as to how far that sound will carry. Here we go, Franksy's back into it. Another Kiwi $5 super chat there saying, good grief, there he is, the bloody Townsville Terror. G'day, pal. Good to see you again. Thank you, mate. We need to work on a plane, don't we? We do have to get the three of you guys together so you can finally all meet. Good stuff, Franksy. And Francis Wade, it's very generous, mate, has gone and dropped in 5 gifted memberships this morning as well. Thanks heaps, Francis. normally have the Emirates coming in not too far away, but yeah, like I said, that's running a couple of hours late. We won't see that one till around midday, if not just after today. And I think it was Seki was saying to me earlier that it's the last one ever built coming in. It's been into Christchurch a few times. Geez, Francie, that's, you can't write that, mate. I'm not going to read that out. Unusual to get this long of a gap in Auckland. There's normally something coming in. So Dashi coming in from Nelson. It's a few minutes away. We'll probably see the 777 heading off to Nandi first. It's just starting to make its way out from the terminal. We'll see how we go. We may still be here to see this one come back later on this afternoon. No promises, but yeah, we'll just see how we get on. That Dashi should pop into view any second from Nelson. Z5060. A little wee bit of a crab on. See the nose flicking around there. Look at that windsock. It's pretty gusty down that end. Not too sure if we'll see the black livery Dashi today. We should see the ATR. I believe that's coming from Palmerston North a little bit later on. Telly NZ, 22 months now in the VIP lounge. Wow, that's right up there with the longest serving members, I think. Not long to go till the 2 years. Thanks so much, Tally. As always, I really do appreciate everything you do to help with the moderating on the channel and the countless pearls of wisdom and dry sense of humour that you inject into the chat. Love it. Thanks so much, mate. Sardi dropping in the Aussie $2 there, saying, look out, the Rotorua Rascal is here. A super maestro. It's in relation to Franksy. Thanks again, Sardi. Z417 just at the bottom there. We'll be heading off down to Wellington. NZ99 heading out as well, so on its way back to Japan, back to Narita. So that should be coming out shortly. It's a 787 today. Bit of congestion down at the regional terminal, as always. Z417 to Wellington next to head off. Katie wants someone to give the dog a bone because he's gone quiet. He's probably he's all barked out, I'd say. He's got a nice spot down there. Got the back of the vehicle open for him. Observe what's going on. I hadn't noticed that until I just read your comment. NZ548 coming in from Christchurch. Have a look shortly too and see whereabouts the Star Alliance livery A321 is at the moment. So I didn't see that in Christchurch when I left, and it's not here at the moment, so could have been en route to Queenstown more than likely. Or it could be having a day off. Oh, take care, Butsy. Thanks, mate. Lovely to see you again. Pick up on NZ99 to Narita shortly. Just about all the way down the end. NZ284 to Singapore pushing back. Also NZ81 to Hong Kong. Another 777, another 787 coming out. It's a pleasure to finally meet Oren from Manila Flights. He's here in Auckland. Popped up to say hi and check out the views for plane spotting. NZ99 lining up. Lost count of how many 787s there's been, but maybe 5 or 6 of that. It's going to turn down the earlier one. Okay, we'll pick up on that shortly. Sadi has gone and dropped in another $5 super chat there. Saying, what a show, all the legends, Aviation Pete, the Rascal, the Bandito, Wookie G, Mamaru, Kev Wellington, Katie, and many more. Have a great day. NZ1 rock on. Thank you, mate. You are a legend. Should add yourself to that list. Just awesome. And Sadi's back again with another $2. Shout out to the mods on duty, Chris, Katie, and Tally. Hayden was here before. I'm not sure if Hayden's still in the chat. And Chinook is a new mod to the team. Chinook's in here as well today. They will do a wonderful job. Thanks for recognising the mod, Sadi. That's awesome, mate. That's NZ81, that'll be off to Hong Kong. And should be closely followed out by NZ284, which will be heading off to Singapore. Yeah, that concrete wall, it's going to be annoying today. Aviation Pete, it's a very generous contribution there this morning, mate, dropping in 20 gifted memberships to the channel. Absolutely fantastic. That's very kind of you, Pete. Thank you so much for that. There's the Singapore service. Oh, it's all good, Sadi, mate, yeah. It's a beautiful day up here for spotting today. You'll need to make another trip back over, mate. Come up and add Auckland to your list of streaming locations. Did a great job out of Christchurch and Queenstown. talking about Queenstown, Jetstar 297 heading that way. I believe Queenstown Airport has also made a start on the new taxiway, which will be great. That should help with the flow of ground traffic, but also allow them to possibly increase the number of movements, just due to aircraft not blocking the runway to do backtracking. Inbound ATR from New Plymouth. I'm going to take the opportunity for a few seconds. I'll just grab a quick drink before we see the 787 heading off to Hong Kong. Just looking at the water in the background there, there's a few white caps. That wind definitely picking up. Bit of intake fogging there as well. Oh wow, 777's already lined up. NZ284 to Singapore. Welcome Marja, good to see you. Lovely to see people in the chat thanking those that have gifted a membership to them. Nice. What a machine. Love the 777. Another Queenstown bound Jetstar flight, flight 297. Son of Ham, welcome. The irony isn't lost on me with Keith A380 saying that the 777 are one of the best looking aircraft of the world. 100%. Seven is a great aircraft. Love the G90s. Nice and early. NZ 5043 heading off to New Plymouth. The data take a wee while to catch up on that one. well under an hour now for Cathay 113. Singapore 285 on its way in. An hour away. We got a bit closer. Jetstar. Oh, let's go to Hamilton. Forget about that one. Jefferjet is making its way up here from Christchurch. Should be here in about 20 minutes. Black livery 78's being pushed back. That may be going down to the hangar. There's no data tag on the flight radar for that one. Could just be moving it to a remote parking area. Get off somewhere else a bit later on. Reading through some of the comments there on the Qantas A380s when they finally retired from the fleet. I'm not too sure what would happen to those. Surely got a lot of life left in them yet. They'd be... I guess who else would take them up? Probably only got Emirates as a likely taker, but maybe for parts to keep the rest of the worldwide fleet going. I imagine the cost, if someone like Emirates was to take them on, the cost involved to do a full cabin refit, plus the repaint and all the other work that has to happen, may be cost prohibitive. I've forgotten the ATRs like taking this exit here, don't they? Or entrance onto the runway. Oh, Yasadi's saying Emirates. Someone else saying they'll be parted out. Welcome Mark Spark 380, good to see you. Last having rain after 5 heat waves, too much and too hot. And Breakerbird, good to see you, Ryan. Hope you're keeping well, mate. It's NZ5115 heading off to Palmerston North.
Dashi starting up.
Don't think you get me at the end of that crane working on that. That doesn't appeal to me at all. So next arrival will be an ATR coming in from Napier. That was odd. We had the oh no, we've got the hot dog starting up down at the eastern end. Alrighty. In fact, we've got 2 hot dogs online. One looks like it's going to be heading off to Melbourne, down at the DHL area, and then the other one's just started, it's come online over at one of the remote parking areas over towards the northwestern side of the international terminal. That'll be cool. I don't think I've seen double hot dogs in Auckland before, if we get to see it. Mark Spark 380, 12 months now in the VIP lounge. Hey, reached the 1 year milestone. Thanks, Mark. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for the support. Sadi, you make a good point there, mate. Yeah, with the close relationship between Emirates and Qantas, wouldn't be surprised to see Emirates pick them up for a song. Yeah, I guess we'll find out in due course. Can't quite see down to DHL from here, but as soon as it starts to move, looks like it's definitely been pushed back onto the taxiway, heading off to Melbourne. And we'll spin around and pick it up as it taxis down. Thank you, Carwin, updating the Jetstar Jaffa, 14 minutes out. Coming in from Christchurch. Welcome along, Nicholas. Michael Hardman, welcome. Certainly hear it idling. It's on the move. Here we go. Yeah, Sadi, I guess it's pretty expensive to operate the A380. Not just for the fuel, but 4 engines instead of 2. All the maintenance costs that go with it. do recall hearing a figure a long time ago. For example, operating, say, Auckland to Tokyo, 777 versus the 787. It was a lot of. It's quite a large number in terms of the amount of fuel saved operating the 787. Upwards of 20 tonne or something like that, it was quite a significant amount. Multiply that across numerous long-haul routes times the number of aircraft you've got, I guess the savings add up quite quickly. Welcome along, Carol Ann. Good to see you. So unsure if this will be full of freight or not, but if it's not, it should be up and climbing pretty quickly. Wow, they've gone all the way down the end. Alright, here we go, off to Melbourne. Gotta love the 767. Wow, here we go. Wow. feather, wasn't it? Straight up. Awesome. Yeah, I think the data tag's got that one a bit wrong as well. That ain't arrived from Sydney. Might turn those off for the time being, I think. Still a little bit of work in progress on some of that. The amount of work in behind to make it work probably is not insignificant. But the only time to really test it is being out at the airport, so it's good. There's a few little notes I've made, just a few tweaks on bits and pieces. And Mark Spark has sent 2 joules. Got no way to display that one, Mark, but thank you very much for the support. Jaffa Jet next in from Christchurch, JQ232. Another great looking livery, the greeny blue background. Quite cool to see one of these 787s painted up in this colour actually. I know they don't fly them here, but certainly is a striking orange. I've still got the patch of white. Or more, she looks more like the paint's peeled off there. Oh, no problem, Maru. There's just a few little tweaks in the background. Rather they were displaying everything correctly rather than giving us a bit of duff data here and there. Welcome along, Dean Stalker. Good to see you, mate. Qantas 118 making its way out. We are heading across to Brisbane. And we've got NZ 422 a couple of minutes out coming in from Wellington. A few more clouds starting to roll in. It's got that sort of feel about it. The weather's about to turn. Should get a few more hours before the showers kick in though, hopefully. Sardi saying you think they could spray it or something. I guess the colour matching comes to mind. I thought this one had just had a maintenance visit in Hong Kong or China or somewhere. So I'm surprised they didn't fix it up there. Qantas 73 heading out now, operating back to Brizzy. And the arrival from Wellington. Nicely done. Welcome along, George Patterson. Qantas on the way already. Back to Brisbane. Next inbound, A321 domestic coming in from Queenstown, NZ614. Okay, the Yorkshire Biker, good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well. Wookie's doing a little work and lurk, that's all good. I do that a lot. Just have it on the background, just listening into what's happening. And then if something cool's about to happen, I'll quickly flick the screen back up and have a quick look. Tell you what I did enjoy the other day was Kev's stream, the early morning one from Wellington. So I had that on in the background just listening while I was working, but I was finding every couple of minutes we open up the other window, just have a look at what was happening. It was pretty exciting stuff. Here, they've gone a funny way around. ATR arrival in the background there from Palmerston North. Just while I've got a second, the Dashi coming in shortly from Kerry. Just have a quick look and see where Star Alliance A321 is. It's on its way up here from Dunedin. Should be here in 42 minutes, even better. Very good. NZ5267 for the Dashi, and you've got the black livery ATR coming in behind it from Palmerston North, so that's a positioning flight this morning. NZ5994. Wow, look at the angle that's on. That's a very strong northerly. Very cool how the frame rate of the camera interferes with what you're seeing with how the props look like they're spinning. Black livery A320 pushing back, heading off down to Christchurch as NZ535. Black livery ATR next. Got a bit of a crab going on too. Once it pops into view, you'll be able to see. I'm not sure if we'll see this one heading out again today. When I checked earlier, is that not required for the rest of the day? Sam Bettany celebrating 1 month in the VIP lounge. Saying morning everyone, 1 month already. Good stuff, Sam, thank you. And Heido White, 8 months now the VIP lounge. That's awesome stuff, mate. Thank you for your support as well. Good to see you here again today. Thanks everyone for the 300 likes. It's incredible. Just wonderful support from you all. Thank you very much for that. I'd love to see the Jetstar Jaffa push back and see them side by side with the black livery from Air New Zealand. That'll make a nice shot, wouldn't it? Still got the other DHL 767 is online down at the northwestern parking area behind the international terminal. Another ATR with a NZ59 flight number, just landed from New Plymouth. Another repositioning flight. There was quite a bit of disruption yesterday with fog here in Auckland. And some wild weather in some parts of the country, so it could be consequences of that from yesterday. Take care, Carol Ann. Good to see you. Welcome, phone pad. The weather looks better here than down south. I just saw Seki's message there too. Yeah, it was okay in Christchurch when I left. Just a couple of passing showers, but I don't think it was supposed to be too bad there today. But a lot further south, the weather has been quite rubbish. Jackie Hughes, welcome. Michelle, good to see you. Alistair Holt, welcome. NZ535 lining up, heading off down to Christchurch. Another 787 being pushed back. It's it's the oh no, what's the black livery? It's not. NZ290 to Demps Bali. See that one shortly once they pull forward. Oh, big thank you to Richard, Blue Sky High. Welcome, mate. Good to see you. Dropping in the Aussie $5 there. Morning, Mike Mods, and all happy Friday. Thanks so much, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. Very kind support there this morning from Richard as Melbourne. Next arrival should be NZ580 from Christchurch. Normally be able to pick those out. Clouds just start to roll in a bit, just to the point where the camera's not going to be able to pick that out too well from the distance. Pick them up as they do the big right-hand turn. An impressive amount of steel going into that roof on the new terminal. Jetstar 203, A321 Neo inbound from Sydney, not too far away. Also Cathay 113 from Hong Kong, Qantas 151 from Melbourne. Siki's asking, is there going to be a new observation deck in the new terminal? Not that I know of, but I haven't seen the detailed plan of what it's actually going to look like. Wow, that's a bit wobbly. NZ580. Be lovely if there was an area for people to go and do some plane spotting. I do quite like the car park location here. It's a little bit restrictive at each end, obviously, with the arrivals and departures, but it's a pretty good general overall area to come to. Obviously, it's got weather protection. The other area on the eastern approach to the airport, the lookouts, that's also another great area. But for me personally, it's quite a hike to walk down there. And when you've just jumped off a plane, it's probably a good 45-minute walk, carrying gear. And then if it rains, there's no protection. Another 45-minute walk back. That's probably the main reason I don't go down to the lookouts. ATR inbound from Blenheim, it's 5204. Yes, Seki, there are Ubers and taxis, that's true. But for coming back, you've got to wait somewhere in the rain while you're waiting for your Uber. There's literally, I'm not sure if you've been down there, there's literally no weather protection there either. Is it 290 off to Denver? Not really high on my wish list of places to go to, Bali. Not sure why, it just doesn't really appeal to me. Much rather head off to Rarotonga or Japan. That's the arrival from Glen. I'm just waiting for, excuse me, just waiting for a gate. Next arrival should be the Jetstar A321 coming out from Sydney. And that'll be JQ203. ATR they're heading off to Kerry, just waiting for this Jetstar aircraft to come in. Nice sounding Subaru. Very wobbly just before touchdown. Very, very quiet. Can hardly hear that at all. Kerry departure in the background. Cathay 113 just a few seconds away. We'll spin around and grab that one shortly as well. First A350 for the stream today. Take care, Seki. Enjoy your meetings, mate. Oh, Aviation Pete's the same. No desire to go there. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Just doesn't grab me. It's just not of interest. It's a beautiful orange. Just look at the green with the water there in the background. How's the A350 going to handle the crosswind? It's looking pretty good so far. Wow, no trouble at all. So we still haven't had Emirates arrive yet. That's not too far away. Just running a couple of hours late. Which is a little bit unusual for the Auckland service. Must have obviously been late leaving Dubai. The Sydney Christchurch Emirates service is quite often running behind time. A very slow and cautious exit of the high-speed taxiway. Aviation Pete saying the Pacific Islands interest me. Yeah, the same, mate. I haven't been to Samoa or Tonga, which I wouldn't mind visiting one day. Had a brief trip to Fiji for work. She didn't really leave the airport, so that doesn't count. But Katie's been to Fiji a few times and loves it there, so it's definitely on the list to go explore one day. I know you've just been there recently and enjoyed it. So it's pretty hard to bypass Rarotonga once you've been once, so just keep going back. Karen Glenn saying Bali is great when you're young and want to party. I've been 3 times, but wouldn't go back. I'm too old. Well, I probably fit in that bucket as well. Maybe that's why it doesn't appeal to me. Mamaru's another one that would prefer to head to Japan than Bali. That's not even a contest. Oh, there's Katie. Katie loves Hawaii. Hawaii would be nice. It's expensive to go anywhere in the US at the moment, though, with the, especially for us here in New Zealand with the exchange rate. That's not really in our favour. Lots of love for the A350. We've got the black livery dashy coming in next from Nelson, NZ5088. We'll get that one, add that to our tally. Maybe lucky and get the entire black livery fleet today, apart from the 777. Should have the Star Alliance livery coming in not too far away. And I think Nana was doing a run back from Sydney, I think. It might have changed, but I'll check up on that one shortly as well. Nana being the A321 international configured aircraft. That tail is an absolutely gorgeous shade of teal. Karen Glenn would love to visit the Cook Islands. Highly, highly recommend it. Once you've been once, as soon as you get back, you'll be looking at when you can book the next trip. Such a friendly, calm, welcoming place to go. The locals are lovely. Heaps to do. Or if you don't want to do anything, you can do that as well. You just laze on the beach and just enjoy island life. The other advantage with the Cook Islands for New Zealanders is that they use the New Zealand dollar as their currency. It's just like you've never left home in terms of money. Jetstar 234 coming in next from Christchurch. Jefferjet heading out as flight 231 back down to Christchurch. Got NZ 619 to Queenstown lined up in the background there. It's on its way. Bit happening at the International Terminal 2, so NZ127 to Melbourne, that's a 787 that's pushed back, and also NZ149 to Brisbane, that's an A321 also pushed back, and Qantas 151 from Melbourne next to land. Means hopefully Emirates 448 is not too far away. traffic jam here. Still got parked up there. Must be just waiting for those other aircraft to exit both the international terminal, and also we've got the Jaffa jet just starting up, heading out as well. Ruts is still a bit further out than I thought. Oh no, 27 minutes away. It's not too far. Singapore 285 just crossing over the Manukau heads. That shouldn't be too far away. A few more minutes. I don't want to wait. Wow, that is a super fast taxi. Wow. .54 kilometers per hour taxi speed. Full package there, the new livery. Well, it's not new anymore, I guess, but the latest livery and the split skimmies. Aviation Pete saying Nana is 1 hour 20 away. Well, that's great. So that means that we will see the entire repertoire of black livery aircraft apart from the 777. Definitely won't be here at midnight tonight when it comes in from Singapore, just before. Well, I'm hoping not to be here. Thanks for that, Pete. Sheep's Eye View Aviation, welcome, Tally. Working and lurking. A lot of that going on. Oh, we have to give this up. We've got Singapore 285. Passing up on 777. a great looking machine. Toot toot. Let's get into 149 heading off to Brisbane. The newest A321 Neo in the New Zealand fleet. OYB next in. NZ676 from Dunedin. So that'll be the Black Star Alliance A321 Neo. So that's in next. We should see the 787 heading off to Melbourne. Wow. It's being tossed around quite a bit there. So we've got two A321 domestic aircraft parked here at the moment. We will do once this one's at the gate. G'day James, JP Mac, good to see you mate. Pixie Caramels, lovely to see you. SHB Motorsport Productions, welcome along, liking the full orange Jetstar A320. We've got the 7-8 heading off to Melbourne next, and then that Jaffa Jet should be right behind it. Gerald Pierce, welcome. Ended 127 to Melbourne. clouds starting to thicken up a wee bit. Might have lost the sun, I think. Graham Wilson, welcome to you. James is watching from the work desk, so pretending to look busy. I can concur with that. Jet lined up there in the background. Flight 231, that'll be heading off back down to Christchurch. Katsudobo, welcome. And, I can't pronounce his whole name, so apologies, but M. Azonda, welcome along. Frankie's saying been a few hard landings today. It's they've certainly been fighting with it. At the other end, the turboprops seem to be having more of a struggle. A350 came in all right. Ocean Discovery saying there are a few white caps in the harbour down the western end now. There certainly is. Not too, so look out towards the south. Yeah, it's definitely, that was pretty much like a mill pond when I flew in this morning. It was very calm and flat. But yeah, it's starting to chop up a wee bit. Lovely watercolour though. NZ539 on screen, just they'll be heading off down to Christchurch. Chinook saying noisy brake fans. Yeah, Air New Zealand don't have them fitted to, oh there we go, they've just turned it off, don't have them fitted to the A320 fleet. Good afternoon, it is afternoon now too, to Rob. Good to see you, Rob. Butsy's back. Oh, I like that, I do like that message, Butsy. To Franksy, there'll be a hard landing at your place if you don't do your chores. Telly Two Sheep celebrating 22 months in the Premium Lounge. Wow, that's gone by real quick. Thanks very much for your support, Telly. A couple more months to go to the new colour badge, the blue colour I think it is. Good to see you here, thanks very much. think I did spy a Qantas not too far away. Yes, I did. Flight 141 from Sydney. And a minute or so out. Time to grab a quick drink. It's looking quite dark over towards the northwest. See if we can spin around that way a wee bit. Here we go, Qantas next to land. Wow. That was positive contact. I was thinking at least when I leave here later I'll be flying out, so it won't be too bad with the wind, but it's supposed to be quite blustery back in Christchurch later on as well, though if it's northwest winds keep up, it's not too bad landing on that runway 29. It's quite a nice scenic view in over the city. There we go, TeleNZ saying a 2-year teal blue for the 2-year membership milestone little badge. Z539 on its way off to Christchurch. Pip in orbit, welcome. James saying that the, I assume that's in reference to that Qantas landing. Must be a former Ryanair pilot. Yeah, they are known for firm touchdowns at Ryanair, aren't they? Another full package there with the livery and the skimmies. Coralie Morph, welcome. That's a very kind comment, mate. Thank you for that. Good camera work at a busy time. Well done. I'm still learning. Lots to learn, but it's just about getting out and having fun. Thanks for that. That's appreciate it. Welcome along, Pat, watching from Chicago. Good to see you. Be Real, good to see you. I am having a good read of the chat there between Franksy and Butsy and chuckling away quietly to myself. I'm not going to read it all out, it's there for everyone to read, but it's entertaining. Right, Emirates is about to cross over the Manukau Head, so that is, I'd say 5 minutes. Oh, it says 2. Let's go 3 or 4 minutes away. Running very late today. Over 2 hours late, or around about 2 hours late. Big thanks to everyone for being here with me today. Thanks for spending some of your Friday with me. Always appreciate it. ATR heading off to Napier. It's at 5027. Dashi heading off next to Blenheim, NZ 5509. Yes, JC, NZ saying happy to be here. Thanks very much for that. Emirates 448 next to land. Running 2 hours and 13 minutes late. Left Dubai over 3 hours late, so that's actually not bad. They've made up an hour on the way over. And big welcome to the lovely Barbara P. Sterling. Good to see you, Barb. Hope you're doing well today. Right, let's have it. Here we go. A380. It's a massive crab on. It's a shame we can't just quite see right around this bit of concrete. Should pop into view any second. Wow, they kicked that rudder over hard there. Look at that. Well done. I wonder if they'll roll out all the way to the end, or will they take one of the earlier exits? Shouldn't be any reason to go all the way to the end. No, they are going to exit early. Always good to see the big behemoth arrive. I know it's a wee way away yet, but I can't wait till they're using what Emirates is currently taxiing on. That will be the runway, temporary runway. Look how close that's going to be. Especially if we're able to still access the other car park location. To have them landing that close will be pretty cool to watch. Not sure the distance between the main runway and the taxiway alpha at the moment, but it's got to be a couple hundred metres closer to us. 538 from Christchurch. Oh, Chinook's saying I had to do a follow me for an A380 during low vis ops. It was something to have that behind you, I bet. That would have been super exciting to be able to do something like that. NZ 425 off to Wellington. Here. Alright, ATR's just waiting for Air Chatham's to come in from the Chatham Islands, flight 590. ATR 72 500 series, ex-E New Zealand, being tossed around up there. I'm not too sure if they've got a second ATR, whether that one's still flying or if they've managed to sell it. I know they were trying to downsize the fleet back just to one aircraft. NZ 5147 heading across to Tauranga. Definitely shifting, Chinook. Yes, the wind is what we got at the moment. Oh, it's still northerly, but it's picked up a lot. 17 knots. Sorry. Yeah, 16 knot wind. 30 k's, gusting 36. That's sort of trebled since we've been here. NZ612 next to arrive from Queenstown. Starting to get very dark over towards the west. Gee, funny you should say that, Karen Glenn. I wouldn't get on a plane now with props. They frighten my poor little brain. That's no good, mate. That's no good. They're okay. There's nothing wrong with flying on them, but Katie's a bit the same. She's not a big fan of flying on the prop planes, especially to Wellington. So we'll normally, when we go visit family, we'll normally try and book on an A320 if we can. But, yeah, it is surprising, actually, the number of people that are not that keen to fly in ATR or the propeller aircraft. I'm just wondering if it's probably because you do get tossed around a bit more when the winds are a bit rough. A lot of people are not that keen on that sort of thing. I don't mind it personally. I like a little bit of turbulence. It's just adds a bit more excitement to the flight. But I do fully understand for a lot of people it can be quite distressing and not a very pleasant experience. Arrival from Gisborne, NZ5166. NZ5169 to Gisborne. We have to get a wriggle on because we've got Fiji Don't think they're going anywhere. Fiji is hot on its heels. 411. Gonna get off the runway just in time, I think. Wow, that is super close. Fiji bring in the A330-300. Must have been pretty close to go around. See that Dashy's going to go back round for another go, or are they going to come back to the gate? No, back round for another go. Maybe they just weren't quite ready to depart. Look forward to this departure. Not too far away. Only a reasonably quick turnaround. Should sound pretty good. Gas man. Oh wow, Dino's Aviation just saw NZ187 arrive into the Gold Coast. Saw it depart on the show. Awesome stuff. It's pretty cool when you get to see that. It's even better when you see it depart on one channel and then arrive on somebody else's show as well. Yeah, that dashy, there's a bit hard to see from here, so you can, there's markings on the high-speed exits. Sort of just see there's a dashed line there. If they're not clear of that, he would have had to go around. He must have just cleared that in time for the tower to allow the 330 still to land. JP Max saying would have been fun to hear the tower in that instance. I'm actually considering, I have got an old scanner, I'm considering bringing it just for me to listen to. Obviously I can't relay any of the information, but just so I've got an idea what's actually happened. When things do happen. Because that is one of the advantages to being able to hear it on some of the Australian streams, is when stuff does happen out there in the airfield, you get to listen into a bit as to why or what the rectification is, what's going to happen. Can be quite interesting. I don't think the rain's too far away, folks. I mean, look at this. It's starting to come down a bit over there. It's getting closer. Jetstar 261 heading off to Wellington. It's very kind. Just had an anonymous donation on PayPal there. $100 donation. That is incredible. I do have the name on my other screen that's come up, but because it's come up anonymous on the stream, I'm not sure if you'll want me to mention your name or not. So I won't mention it just in case. But I'll respond to you after the stream privately. But thank you very much for that. That's extremely generous. Just incredible support. Z5038 from New Plymouth. Gonna go the long way around. Bit of congestion at the regional again. Alright, so this one can't leave. We've got the arrival from Queenstown. It's blocking the taxiway at the moment, just waiting to get to its gate. Then this aircraft here can head off. Dino's Aviation, thank you very much, mate. It's gone and popped in a gift of membership this afternoon. Thanks for the generous support there, Dino. Good on you, mate. Rob's saying it had a Starship Beach King leave Wellington on Kevstream and caught the landing in Auckland. Nice. Welcome along, Erwin. Lovely to see you, mate. Sleep this in Cape Town so I can watch your stream. Oh, okay. They're saying that I had to add anything on paper, so I can mention. So yeah, so big thank you to Erwin. Erwin was the very kind, generous person that put a $100 donation on PayPal. As I said, that's very kind of you, mate. No need for it at all, but very much appreciated. Thank you for that. And Erwin's also going to drop some 20 gifted memberships this afternoon as well. Super kind, buddy. Hope you're being entertained in Cape Town from Auckland anyway. Looks like the weather's about to turn nasty, so we might get a bit of a wet runway and some different sort of visuals to add to the viewing experience in a little bit. Thanks once again for the gifted memberships and the very generous PayPal donation. Taking the time to get out of there. It's all this Dashi heading out on its way to Nelson, NZ5089. Good afternoon, Jonathan. Good to see you. Pretty cool effect on the props there as they power up. Another Air Chatham's heading out. That's got to be a Saab making all that noise. go. No destination tag on flight radar just yet. Let that catch up. Parsley, I think that's airwork. It's highly likely that'll get towed around around behind the international terminal on the northwestern gates. Wow, look at the look how dark that grey is on the sky. I think it looks like it's skirted around the western side of the airport, to be honest. That first little band that was coming through. Oh wow, yeah, we've gone through 400 likes. That's absolutely wonderful. Thanks everyone. As always, the best and freest way to support the channel. Thanks heaps. Well, I thought we'd lost the sun, but it's making another appearance. Phil B, good afternoon. Next arrival will be from Wellington, NZ424. roll all the way down as well. I'm going to capture the Air Chatham Saab going. Don't see these in Christchurch, not very often. Another one pushed back, so that'll be what they're waiting for there. Looks like, oh, the Star Alliance Black Livery A321. It's 675 off to Dunedin. Airport car out here too. NZ5012 from Napier. Like the rear door is closed on Cathay already. Final bits and pieces in the front. What time's that one due to head out? Oh, about 25 minutes or so away for that. Be seeing NZ110 from Sydney very shortly. A321 on that service, and then 115 Qantas 119 from Brisbane, another A330 coming in. Oh, NZ110 is the black livery, Nana. It's about another minute or so out. This will be cool because we're going to have the A321 and the black livery coming in, plus the Star Alliance and the black livery. Hopefully we'll see them both side by side or close to each other. Check the speed this one's taxiing, it may head off before the other one gets in. Yeah, they're in a hurry, that's a pretty quick taxi. Just sneaks forward a wee bit more, that'll be good. You should see the other one should go right past. So I think that makes it, we've now seen all the black aircraft apart from the 777, which we won't be seeing today. Star Alliance is on the roll. the other domestic, A321 pushing back. OYA, we're heading off down to Queenstown. Welcome back, Kev. Sun's just catching that nicely, came out at the right time. Close her up. I'm Zonda saying you have a calming voice. We Germans need that. We're too hectic. Thanks very much for that. I've had a few people tell me I'm quite chilled and laid back, and I think Barb has fallen asleep once or twice while watching one of my live streams. Ah, the dog's back. Qantas 119 from Brisbane, just 3-4 minutes out. Up to a nice 17 degrees. That quite a long way back. Yeah, he did 637, so that's heading off down to Queenstown. Wondering why they didn't push them back the other direction. don't think the security doggos are as cute as Romeo, Kev. They don't have his calm and gentle nature. Qantas 119 from Brisbane will be the next one to land. And a minute out. Zonda saying a completely black livery looks good. I agree. I really like the black liveries on the Air New Zealand aircraft, especially on the 777. Oh, that's a different sort of bark. That one must be. Oh, there's two doggo vans down there. I don't speak dog, but I could tell it was the second one. Kevin's saying that Romeo barks at people in high vis and tall people. Well, I'm not tall, but I've got high vis on, so it'd be no good today. Queenstown service, just waiting for Qantas 330 to make an appearance. Just popped out of the cloud. Should see that come into view in a second. Wow, that was a butter landing if ever I saw one. Very well done. Should see this one head off back to Brisbane in a little while as Qantas 126. Got a nice spool up on that. So that's the sort of spool up we want to hear when Fiji depart. Those awesome Rolls-Royce engines. Love that red livery glistening in the sun. Looks beautiful. Cathay must be just about ready to push back, I think. Just check, was it one? It was 125 or 145. 125 for Cathay, yep. They look like they're just about ready to go. Air bridge is off. It's at 429. They're heading off down to Wellington. Well, they've stopped there. Maybe the cabin's not ready on that one yet either. Jetstar 204's pushing back. That's going to be heading back to Sydney. Sounds like we've got a couple of ATRs starting up around the corner here as well. A bit of an odd place to stop. On the move again. Still looking a bit choppy out on the water just behind. Tugs on, we're ready to go. Oh, that's why I can't see. Yeah, so that ATR is actually right around the corner. The sound's just carrying. Looks like it's the Nelson bound aircraft, so we definitely won't see that for a bit. Jetstar 204 to Sydney is making its way out. See that one shortly. And NZ 5598 about to touch down from Palmerston North. Be quite the ride in today for passengers on these smaller ones, that's for sure. That was Very rocky landing. Just snake the top of it over the concrete block. They're going to go out straight out here. That's good. They're just going to sit there and hold for NZ542 coming in from Christchurch. Not in the ceramic livery, but it's alright, it's still got the orange tail. Nice. Next arrival, Jetstar 282 from Dunedin. Cathay making its way out now as well. Cathay's just parked. We might be able to get a bit of a look at that 80-year sticker. Qantas heading out as well. That one, Qantas 144 back to Sydney. Just poking the nose out, and Cathay are still waiting. They haven't fully come out of the terminal area at the moment, so Dino Sanders sent hiding for 10 joules. Thanks, Dino. Thanks for the support, mate. The one of the weirdest one of these joule things I saw was, might have been the last Christchurch stream. It was like stuff splattered and dancing all over the place. It sort of went a bit weird for a while, but I guess it's another tool YouTube have introduced to allow everyone to interact. Kev, not a fan of the no pause livery. I think it looks great. Even better with the skimmies on it. Qantas should be out next. Should have the Jetstar behind it. Qantas 144 to Sydney, then Jetstar 233 to Christchurch. Then Cathay 198 back to Hong Kong. Charlie saying 3 planes waiting, they need to open another runway. Franksy, when have you ever needed permission to speak, pal? We little corporate jet coming in. I think this is the one I saw earlier coming in from Brisbane. NXJ, I think it was. Very tiny engines on it. Look at them, they're small, real small. Oh, Tally's saying from Palmerston North. There was another one earlier on flight radar that had Brisbane, so apologies, must have been looking at the wrong one. So Jetstar 233 heading off to Christchurch. Qatar NXJ is coming in. Got an ATR coming in next, then NXJ behind that from Brisbane. Hopefully they can squeeze a Cathay out after this ATR comes in. Yep, Cathay heading out next. That's a good point, Kevin. Yeah, you have to say something now, Franksy. We're all waiting. I've been waiting for the pearls of wisdom that Franksy's about to deliver. Welcome, Matowix. Wow, up early. Gee whiz, there's a decent wobble there too. Let's go back and watch that. Wow. Wow, just watching that back here that rolled, must have just caught a gust just as it rotated off. Sure if we can, oh yeah, just spy Fiji through there. Just closing the door up on that one now. spin around shortly and get NZ428 coming from Wellington. Good landings there with that crosswind. It's just spicing things up a wee bit. Next out, Qantas 154 to Melbourne. Once this Dashi comes in from New Plymouth. Qantas heading out next. I'll tell you with the baby emoji, I think the poor little one was just tired. Sounds like they've had a long trip back up from down south. James O'Brien, welcome. It's weird, it's only, what are we, 5 to 2. It feels a lot later for some reason. Could be because I was just up so early this morning. Z616 from Queenstown. Air bridges off Fiji, so they must be just about ready to push back. NZ951 from Nandi, next to arrive, A321. Also got NZ433 pushing back, we'll be heading off down to Wellington. And the DHL 76 has got a tug attached, looks like it's on the move, so I wonder if they'll be towing that down past us back to the DHL area. Find out shortly, hopefully. James O'Brien, nearly 3 AM with you over in the UK. That's super early. Thanks for tuning in. Michael Percy, welcome. Right, so that's the Wellington bound A320. Chinook saying the fly-by-wire system works so well on the 320 in the crosswinds. Yeah, I've noticed they definitely seem to handle the rivals that we've seen today so far a lot better. Z5167 heading across to Gisborne. Fiji pushing back now for that takeoff. Hopefully we get some good sound off those engines. Tug's disappeared off the DHL 76, still pinging though. Is it moving under its own power? Could be. Yeah, it must be. Well, we should see that one pop out shortly as well. that was good recovery there. ATRs are certainly getting blown around a bit. It's really bizarre seeing that, and the windsock's pretty much full. The white cap's out on the water, and then up in the car park here, it's almost dead calm. There's a little breeze coming through from the other side, but not much at all. NZ 433 on its way down to Wellington. Off to New Plymouth for this ATR. Qantas 3, oh, is this what I think it is? No. I thought it was a special livery. It's not. Qantas 3 787 coming in from Sydney. Nice. I can't remember who it was before was saying in the chat that Qantas, as part of the retiring of the A380s early, they've put in an order for more 350s and 787s. Just a bit of a look up later on for the info on that one, a bit of a read up. Not too sure where Tasman Cargo's off to. Holy moly, look at that. Wow. shortest takeoff roll I've ever seen. Wow. That would have been lucky if it was any more than 300 metres of runway. It literally just, you could just hear the spool up, 2 seconds later, rotate. Was not expecting that. Alright, let's see what NZ120 does from Melbourne. No problems there. I'll have to go back and watch that a few times later on tonight. I can't believe that. Telly's saying empty. Couldn't have had much in it at all. Welcome, Blue Aviation. Bunny saying another delivery of ex-government laptops imminent. There goes my quiet afternoon, quiet weekend. I like that one, Aviation Pete. How old were you when you realised DHL had rockets in their fleet? Today for me. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. I've been watching planes for a long time as well. Fiji, you've let me down. I was waiting for the Rolls-Royce growl. I mean, the 330 is pretty good for that. Failed to deliver today. I'm not reading that one out, Franksy. NZ698 returning from Invercargill. We saw this one head off this morning. have a look, see how long that flight is to Invercargill. It must be a couple of hours, give and take. Yeah, just under 2 hours, about an hour. What's that, hour? My maths are no good today. An hour 45-ish. Nothing against Invercargill, but if you're going to fly for 2 hours, why would you not head across somewhere nice like I don't know, Gold Coast or Rarotonga? Take on those extra couple of hours. End up in a tropical paradise somewhere. Like I say, Invercargill's not a bad place. Just I can think of other places I'd probably rather go. Qantas 143 from Sydney next to arrive. That doesn't sound too good. Good afternoon there, Deborah and me. Welcome along. Just let this Qantas 143 get a little bit close. In fact, we'll probably spin around now. Should be able to see it. Splits, give me winglets, and what livery have we got? No Paul's livery as well. Chinook's saying DHL doing a touch and go by the looks of it. Just a quick look on the flight radar. Wow, I wonder if it's had a bit of maintenance done there, and that was maybe a operational check flight or something. I mean, if they want to repeat what they just did, I'm certainly not going to complain. That's the most impressive thing I've seen for a long time in terms of takeoff and landings. Got a Dashi coming in next from Nelson, Jetstar 258 from Wellington behind that, and then yeah, the DHL is coming behind that, the one that did the 200 metres worth of runway takeoff just before. Thanks for the heads up, Chinook. Be driving that straight to a garage somewhere doesn't sound good at all. Oh, Chinook saying could be crew training. Okay. Oh, well, it'll be next in. Jetstar's just arrived, obviously. DHL next. So it was, yeah, Jetstar 258 from Wellington. Let's see what this DHL 76 does next. Just waiting for them to slam the power back on there and keep going. So they're going to come back around and do another takeoff. Or they're going to go park up at their normal spot. It's down at the eastern end here. Must be just really is bizarre. All I can imagine is that they did they've done some sort of maintenance that required a quick test flight, which they've done, and yeah, all good. We'll go park up at the normal spot and load up and head off later somewhere, I guess. Welcome, Harry Hu. Oh, I don't think it'll be Craig Pitt. But see, I've asked him if he comes over here, and he said he doesn't do the Tasman legs at all, really, unless he was filling in for someone that was crook. But you never know. I mean, he could be over-filling in for someone. Singapore making its way out. It'll be great. Singapore 286 777 300. Thanks, KDS saying that's the DHL that went tech a week ago. Right. Thanks for the intel there, Kurt. I think even if I've been down at the car park or the lookouts today, wouldn't have been able to capture that going overhead. That was so steep. Must have been at a few thousand feet before it got to the end of the runway. Franksy, take care, mate, and thanks so much for your generosity again today, buddy, and your humour in the chat. I couldn't read some of it out. You sail pretty close to that wire sometimes, but it's all good fun. NZ547 heading out to line up. That'll be off down to Christchurch, and hopefully it won't be followed out by Singapore. We've got NZ142 coming in from Brisbane. That'll probably be next to arrive, and then the Singapore 777 out after that. Oh no, Singapore is going to head out before the Brisbane aircraft comes in. Wow. They're on their way pretty quickly. Airwork 73 freighter heading out as well. Super stuff. So yeah, NZ142 from Brisbane. Pop in the view any second. Katie is saying no doubt pilots doing test flights have the most fun. Would love to ride a jump seat on one. Yeah, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? Get to throw the aircraft around a bit. And in different ways that you wouldn't do with a full load of people sitting behind you. Airworks 6 lining up, ZK Pat, Postman Pat. Not too sure where that one's off to just yet. No destination tag on it. Wonder if this one's empty or not. Oh, NXJ's heading back out as well. I think that's all lined up. Tiny wee speck in the distance, sort of blends in a wee bit. Jetstar 235, that'll be heading off to Christchurch. A few showers out there to the west, getting a wee bit closer. Oh, we do too, yeah, we've got the China Eastern 777 from Shanghai, about 35 minutes away. China Southern A350 from Guangzhou, about the same. Police chopper possibly heading off to Ardmore. Been there many a time when the police helicopter's flown in just to refuel, and off they go again. OYD has come online. The domestic A321 that just started up flying in last week, except it's down at the hangars showing NZ 433 to Wellington. Something's a bit skew off there. Jetstar 296 from Queenstown, a few minutes out. Just under 20 minutes away. What's this one? Oh no, it's landed. Solomon's coming in as well. Trying about half an hour early from Port Vila. About 4 or 5 minutes away from two Jetstar aircraft, one from Christchurch, one from Queenstown. A couple of minutes to go, refill your drinking cup, make another cup of tea or coffee, and grab a quick drink, be back in 2 ticks. NZ623 to Queenstown, pushing back. ATR heading off down to Palmerston North as NZ5109. It's weird that NZ433 still hanging outside the Amazon hangars. Not sure why some of the ATRs go down for the full length departure. It seems quite a waste. Palmerston North and Queenstown both seem to be really popular destinations out of Auckland. Lots of flights there. Aviation Pete, wow mate, that's very generous, buddy, dropping in another 20 gifted memberships this afternoon. That's after gifting 20 this morning, so That's very kind of you, mate. Thanks so much, Pete. Caught a couple of good names in there as well. So wonderful support. Thanks, buddy. Next inbound will be Jetstar 246 from Christchurch, which means the Queenstown one should be just behind it, which it is. Yeah, well, thanks, Pete. That's awesome, mate. I think we've seen this aircraft here already today. Is that the one that's got the white back part of the engine there, thrust reverser? Yeah, good on you, Pete. Just a message there. Very kind, mate. Welcome, Trish. Yeah, glad to see you got one of those gifted memberships. That's very kind of Pete. He's been very generous today. Right, Jetstar 296 in from Queenstown. Looks like that wind might have backed off a wee bit on that western end. Looking at the windsock, it's still pretty full. was thinking it could just be because it's Friday as to why there's so many Queenstown flights, but I'm pretty sure even when I've been here on other days during the week, there's an awful lot of flights down there. Next arrival from Sydney, another A321neo. That'll be NZ102. NZ623 all lined up. Off to Queenstown we go. In a bit of a hurry as well. Welcome back, Keith. Andy Turbo, welcome. A few showers just skirting to the west of the airport. We've been quite lucky here today. Haven't had any rain at all. It's just gone around the periphery. cool to travel in these Cessna Caravans. I've done the Sounds Air flight from Picton to Wellington. A really cool experience. So it didn't get any higher than 5,000 feet, and you're literally sitting right behind the pilot. You can see everything that's happening. Not sure if I'd be too keen on it going into Wellington on a windy day, but on a fine day, yeah, it's great. ATC Swede, welcome. Steve saying that your AZ pilot thinks he's Lewis Hamilton in pit lane. We had a few fast taxiing pilots here today. That Qantas one, when I checked it on flight radar, they're doing 55 k's an hour down the taxiway. That's pretty quick. Next arrival from Melbourne, Qantas 153. Andy Turbo sent a star for 2 joules. Thank you, Andy. NZ551 lining up. Next one out. Heading off down to Christchurch. Have Avalash, welcome, good to see you. Auckland Wellington pushback, NZ 481. China Eastern only 5 minutes away. China China Southern right behind it. Scrolling down, see we've got Jaffa Jet heading back in, about 10 minutes away, and Air Force 757 right behind it, but that more than likely will be going to Whanua Air Base, just to the northwest of Auckland. Andy Turbo say it looks like a lovely day in Christchurch. We're in Auckland today, Andy. Haven't been here for a few weeks, so thought it was time to come and pay another visit. It's nice to mix things up a bit. Oh wow, Seki saying 23 in Christchurch. We've only got 16 here. It's a little bit cool with the breeze coming through the car parks. A few cars are vacated and allow the wind to come through, but it's not freezing cold, it's just a bit of a chill. 23 sounds good. Is that nor'wester blowing and howling? Welcome Glenn, good to see you. Bull Timothy, welcome. Welcome back Wookie G, good to see you Brooke. Ruth Holman, welcome. Just seen there's a few flights going around at Wellington right now. Not sure what the weather was supposed to be like around there today. I know it's supposed to deteriorate from the south as the day went on, but yeah, not sure for Wellington. I think Kevin has got a stream up for Wellington tomorrow, so that should be exciting if the wind's up again. We have a A321 coming up. This must be the domestic one that's been pinging that it was off to Wellington. Is this OYD? It is. I think Air New Zealand have only got one more A321 parked over in Alice Springs at the moment. Due back around early to mid next year at this stage. Good to see them slowly returning to active service after, yeah, it's been years for some of them parked up. grab NZ481. It's about to head off to Wellington. See if keep an eye on this one, Ruth, and see if this one makes it in. Like we've got Nana pinging on the radar as well. ZKNMA heading off to Rarotonga this afternoon. That's the Chatham's ATR making all that racket. The Air Chatham's ATR heading off down to Wanganui. Thanks everyone for pushing us through 500 likes. Super stuff. Kevin's saying the NZ433 that just landed was #1 worldwide. Really? Is that one of the aircraft? Hang on, get my bearings right. That didn't return from Wellington, did it? It's just a normal arrival. China Eastern 777, goodness. Nice. That was a good landing there. Oh, Kev, that's where I'm getting confused. So NZ433, that's it's been pinging on the A321 that's just been towed down from the hangar. Jetstar 293 heading off down to Queenstown. Welcome Diane T, good to see you. Right, Jaffa Jet in next from Christchurch, flight 236. Oh, they need to fix that peeling paint above the flight deck windows. Giving the rudder a good workout there. Diane saying both NZ1 and Qantas 4 pushing, both currently pushing back at JFK, hours late. Kev, I would love to go to JFK to do a stream, mate. One day. Definitely add it to the list. Be cool to get NZ1 departing. I've sort of got it arriving here, but it was thick fog on that morning. Just rolled in from nowhere, but briefly saw a flash of the tail as it went past, so I'm going to count that as capturing it. China Southern A350, a few seconds away from Guangzhou, flight 305. Nice to see another A350 coming in. It's a shame we had to give up the 777 though. They used to fly the 777 into Auckland. Now swapped it out for the 350. I was hoping they were going to fly the Christchurch services this summer with the A350, but no, 787 can be operating those ones as well. NZ948 to Rarotonga. Jetstar 260 coming in from Wellington next. Tide's gone out quick. Just see the mud flats starting to show through a wee bit. NZ 550, next arrival from Christchurch. Wow, that was a wobbly approach. China Southern going to come around this eastern side. That's unusual. They are too. Wow. See them sneak through here in a second. And normally they're around the western side of the terminal. Most of the Chinese carriers tend to park around that side. Straight into gate 6. Actually inbound from Gisborne, NZ5174. Right, Solomon's 7:10 from Port Vila. A couple of minutes away. That's ex-Jetstar A320 operating there. Alright, Qantas 156 is online heading back to Melbourne. Oh, Chinook saying I've made China Eastern go to gate 6 often. It's easier for traffic flow. Right. Actually, Kurt, you make a really good point there about the Qantas and the New Zealand aircraft leaving JFK. If they do leave together, close enough, it would be very interesting indeed, yeah, to see which ones plan their route better to get to Auckland. I'm sure there'll be quite a few people looking at that. Just under half an hour. Oh no, looking at the wrong. I need my glasses. So Qantas 3 showing. There's no way that is. Maybe it is showing 3:43 as a departure estimated, but it's scheduled at 4:25. There's no way that's going anywhere in 6 minutes. A few glitches in the flight radar today, I think. Solomon's next in. Has anybody flown on Solomon's? What's it like? Kevin asking, Kurt, do you need to get out to the airport tomorrow for this? I was actually just thinking that before. I think Kurt needs to come up to Auckland tomorrow and give us a live shot of who's going to win the race. Could be an early start for you, Kurt. Like real early. Diane saying engine 1 just been given clearance to take to the runway. Qantas 4 still waiting. I'm going to have to be keeping an eye on this myself tonight just to see who's going to get here first. Right, Dashi heading off to Tauranga, NZ 5137. Yeah, Kurt, you would definitely be wishing for headwinds to slow it, because yeah, to get here in time for that, you'd have to be up mega early. Qantas 156 is making its way out around the far side. It's the Melbourne-bound aircraft. I think this one's under tow. Thank you, Steve. Take care, mate. Appreciate the kind words there. Sure, we'll see you in a stream somewhere real soon. Diane saying NZ1 just told to pull off the runway. Oh, this is all exciting. Qantas 156 to Melbourne. So I'm wondering if OID is replacing OXB a few sectors just to get a few more kilometres on the clock. Kurt, I think Nandy's back in action as far as the fuel issue goes. The last I heard. Oh, you guys made me laugh like that. It's NZ1 departing JFK is now number 2 to line up. As Kurt saying there, JFK controllers giving Qantas more time to catch back up to make it a fair race. Curious to see where they're going to park this A320, it's a domestic one. I thought most of the space down this side had been taken up with construction, but maybe there's still a couple of parking spots down there. I haven't been over that way for a wee while. Queenstown, Auckland, NZ 6:30, couple of minutes out. Got Brisbane, Auckland. That's another Jetstar A321, 8 minutes away. Might have to get my other device out and get the JFK flight radar up so we can keep tabs on it while we're up here. Looks like the next arrival will be the Queenstown aircraft, NZ 630. Jetstar 153 from Brisbane, and behind that George saying Qantas 3 hasn't even started to get the baggage on yet. That won't take them too long, George. Still got over half an hour till departure. It's amazing how quickly they can load the belly of the plane up once everything's there ready to go. I'm super impressed, Diane T, with the knowledge on the JFK control zone, and that's pretty cool. It will indeed be very interesting to see what time both those aircraft arrive into Auckland tomorrow. Spin around shortly and grab this arrival from Queenstown. Got a low cloud starting to roll in from the west by the looks of it. Could just be another localised shower, I think. can't say I've ever listened to the ATC at JFK, Diane, but might have to give it a crack one night when I've got a bit of time to kill. Just see what it's like. Obviously, extremely busy airport. An awful lot going on. Butsy saying he's one on its way. Yeah, I won't be here for it, mate. I will be tucked up in bed, counting sheep, hopefully. But you never know, KDS might make a surprise trip to Auckland to show us live who's going to win the race. Oh right, that's good to know, Diane. Live stream that has flight radar screen plus air traffic control that I keep on in the background. And no one is streaming, right. I'll have a wee search for it. NZ998 to Apia. Operated by A321 today, that's just pushed back. I saw something flashing on that for a minute, but no, it's just where they offload the oil into the Wiri oil terminal. At least I think that's what it is. I used to have an offloading point offshore. So next arrival should be Jetstar 153 A321 coming in from Brisbane. Thanks for clarifying that, Diane. I was going to say, what's a Doge Tez? Yeah, routes. The difference in altitude or routes can make or break the difference between which aircraft will make it to Auckland first in the morning from JFK. One-year-old A321. Looks like, is this It is a ceramic livery, but it's got the silver nose. Yeah, it's a much nicer colour, that ceramic, sort of pale light grey. They've put a silver radome on from one of the other aircraft. Looks like NZ998 should be the next departure. Heading off to Apia. It's just hold on. It's just about to start moving it now. I'm just holding back a wee bit. Seen a lot of A321s today. The A330 back to Brisbane, Qantas 126. It's just been pushed back around the far side. I'd completely forgotten about that one. Looks like the next arrival will be NZ436 from Wellington. Welcome, Martin. Thanks for the kind words, mate. Appreciate it. Baggage going on by the looks of it, so about 20 minutes away from departure. Qantas 3 heading to New York. Wow, thanks for that. Tally NZ saying NZ1 ETA 18 minutes past 8 and Qantas 4 22 minutes past 8 tomorrow morning. That will be very interesting to see what actually plays out. Not sure if that'll come through. Looks like a bit of a rainbow going on up there. It's faint, definitely there though. We were supposed to get light rain or showers from 3 PM, but hasn't really eventuated though. It's threatened it with a bit of rain sort of around the periphery by the looks of it, but not over the airport area. It's a bit murky out east towards the Manukau City area. Sort of the same out to the west, but yeah, just the airport seems to be missing it, which is okay. Still waiting for Qantas 126 to make its way out. NZ441 on screen, push back, they'll be heading off down to Wellington. Could be getting a shower coming through now, so NZ5051 from New Plymouth, just emerging out of the mist. Alright, Qantas 126 finally made its way out. That is such a strategically placed block in the wrong spot, isn't it? Once the rest of the terminal's built right down to the end there, we won't even get that view, I don't think. More than likely we'll have to use the other end of the car park to get a view clear of the terminal. NZ5022 inbound from Napier. Right, so what have we got down? We've got the Qantas 126, we've got NZ441 to Wellington, Great Barrier. Barrier just taking off now. ATR's just come in. And NZ5076 coming in from Nelson. Nice. And Butsy's saying, I'll take a side bet with Wookie that if Qantas 4 beats NZ1 to Auckland, she gets 10 stickers. What's the deal with the stickers? Are they special or are they famous? Seen a few comments about them. Not too sure what it's all about, but it looks like good fun. G'day there, Rotors. Good to see you, Andy. Did I catch the wild rudder action on the last land ATR? Can't say I did, mate. It's pretty hard to see on this tiny screen, but I've got a whole lot of things I want to go back and look at later. I'll add that to the list. The DHL takeoff at about, is it 2:14ish, I want to say, PM. That was absolutely insane. I'm going to be going back and replaying that a few times. Chris A, Wellington NZ, good to see you, Chris. I'll make sure I haven't missed anybody out of the chat. And welcome back, Barb. Lovely to see you again, Barb. What's going to go next? We have the A320 head out, or the A330. Looks like the A320's going first. So NZ441 off to Wellington. Qantas 126 all lined up, back to Brisbane. Still got the undercarriage out. I can't remember whose stream it was the other day. There was one of the 7.8s did that, but quite a common thing if either you've got hot brakes or if one of the brakes has been deactivated for some reason, which is a normal procedure that you're allowed to have happen, but when one of the brakes is deactivated, you've got to leave the gear down for longer to allow the wheels to stop spinning, so that you don't retract the landing gear with the wheels still rotating. Welcome Helen W, Robbo. Tana from Bangkok, Thailand, welcome. Rhoda's saying, I've never seen a bad takeoff or landing from an A330. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Or an A350 either. They both seem to be pretty good at it. They're a lot more graceful when they're coming into land. It's like a swan coming to land on a lake. Watching the A350 and the A330 come in. Qantas 145 next in from Sydney. Little private jet all lined up. Dassault Falcon 7X. Very nice. Jetstar 237 to Christchurch lining up. Next one to head off. Right, looks like Qantas 3 is all closed up. It's pretty much bang on departure time. Yeah, looks like the anti-collision light is on, the beacon's flashing. Oh no, and we missed Latam. Didn't realise it was that close. How could I miss the thumbnail pick for today? Flight 801. Great contrast of colours on the tail there, very striking, looks great. Had in the back of my mind, Latam can't be too far away, and I was just about to go have a look and see how many minutes, and then spotted it touching down out of the corner of my eye. Qantas 146 departure to Sydney. Qantas 3 just starting up, should be heading out shortly. Take care, Butsy, mate. Thank you very much for being here today. Thanks for your kind super chats earlier as well. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. We've got NZ188 coming in next from Coolangatta on the Gold Coast. Saw that one heading off this morning. Dino's Aviation saw it arriving in the flesh in Coolangatta. After watching it depart on the stream this morning, that was pretty cool. NZ 111 to Sydney heading out, followed by Jetstar 134 also going off to the Gold Coast. Look forward to seeing this one take off. Should use pretty much the whole runway. NZ188 just about to pop into view. Looking murky down towards the west again. Quite neat when you get to see an aircraft return on the same stream that it left on. shower coming through again. NZ 555 to Christchurch. Lined up, ready to go. Wow, that's rolled in pretty quick. Look at that. It's almost disappeared over that end of the runway. Qantas 3 down the far end of the runway. Just waiting. We've got NZ 111 on screen that's heading off to Sydney, and then right behind it Jetstar 134. Right there, heading off to the Gold Coast. Like NZ 111 is going to go first. ATR quite a long way out coming in, so plenty of room. Just rolling showers, and then I think it's supposed to turn to rubbish a bit later tomorrow, as it's supposed to be quite miserable. I think we'll be waiting for this ATR to come in from Palmerston North, and then hopefully we'll get to see the Qantas 3 787 departure. G'day Weston, good to see you again. Well, the 777 coming back from Nandi is 26 minutes out, that we saw head off this morning, and the 777 coming back from Sydney is 28 minutes out. So I think it would be rude to finish up the stream without at least seeing those two come in first. Oh, bouncy bounce. Right, off to the Gold Coast, Jetstar 134, and Qantas 3 is lining up right behind. The little one we saw come in earlier, I think. To JFK we go, Qantas 3. Disappearing off into the mist. I wonder how close that will track to Qantas 4 coming the other way, and at which point they'll pass each other. Got NZ 147 just about to push its nose out. That'll be heading off to Brisbane. G'day there, Rotors. Yeah, Tally's just put the figures in the chat there. It's quite a strong northerly. just started having these showers come through. Wow, that's got real bad down at the western end. NZ5171, that livery Dashi heading off to Gisborne. It's a very light misty rain here at the moment, guys, which is forecast to turn into proper rain as the evening goes on and into tomorrow. NZ5530 coming in from Nelson. It's just about to touch down. I'm going to let that one go. We'll stick with the A321 heading off to Brizzy. Welcome, Bubba. Complete turnaround in the weather from this morning. It's reasonably clear and sunny, just a few bits of scattered cloud. we must have seen pretty much the entire fleet of A321s today. That must be just relocating. It's a bit early for China Southern to be heading off. Five minutes away for NZ953 coming back from Nandi, the A777-300. About 13 minutes out for NZ104 coming back from Sydney. Really turned to custard now as the weather. Out towards the east and then down to the south. It's enveloped in mist. Another ATR service heading off down to Palmerston North. Good decent amount of rain coming down now. Which will be good when these two 777s arrive, because it should, if the runway's nice and wet, should kick up some good spray. Oh, we have a 777 coming back from down the hangar. Is this OKW that's been out of action for a wee bit? Quite a long way down from the hangar area to the terminal. Towing is quite slow. It is indeed OKW. All good to go by the looks of it. That rain's really coming down. NZ 953 from Nandi should be emerging from the mist any second. Just see the lights there. Amazing how wet that runway got so quickly. Pretty heavy shower.
have a quick check in a minute. The other 777 coming back from Sydney should not be too far behind. Quite a fast taxi for that one too. That's very murky down there. ATR just coming in from Napier, could barely see it. Oh, exit 104 next to come in. Z677 on its way out to Dunedin. We'll spin around in a few seconds and grab NZ104, second of the 777s coming back from Sydney. Into a nice wet Auckland runway. Nice. few herbs just to get around the corner. Oh, it'd be great to be able to come back out later and watch all these depart in the wet. The Dunedin flight. And next arrival is at 4:40 from Wellington. Lights just piercing through the misty part of the... Just going through now. I'll grab that one. Right, everybody, I think we're going to call it there for today, for our trip up to Auckland for this Friday. Helps if I turn the right one on, doesn't it? Thanks very much for your wonderful support today. Got up to just short of 600 likes, but that was awesome to be able to get to that level. Thanks for those that have dropped it in gifted memberships and super chats, and there's some PayPals in there as well. That's awesome stuff. Big thanks to the mods, Tally, Chris, Chinook, Katie, Rob and Hayden. Thanks for all your help today, guys. And thank you to Auckland Airport for allowing us to use such a wonderful location to plane swap from without getting wet. Appreciated your company today. It's been great, lots of fun. So until the next NZ1 Aviation live stream, stay safe, look after one another, and we'll see you all again real soon. Bye bye for now.